What did I do now? Look, there's a chair over there, and there's two chairs up here, or you can sit in the back. If you're in the back of the room, you might want to flip flop so you can see it on the back screen. It might be easier. Yeah. So. You were never not the all. Yeah. Well, I think that would help. Computer lab and okay. All right, we'll go ahead and get started so I can get y'all out as soon as we get through. My name is Chucky, and I'm with FireWorks or EPR Systems, and we're going to spend this afternoon going over some basic navigation of the EPR system as it rolls into being your new RMS. A little bit about me. Just completed 42 years of service in the fire department and retired and would do it all over again. In my career, my department's gone through 3 different RMSs. So this is before I retired, my department went to EPR. And an RMS is an RMS. I mean, basically, it's a way to document your data. All of them have good parts and bad parts. I've seen fire departments change multiple RMSs over the life of their organization. You know, I often laugh about it. You know, we're the fire service, we're firefighters. We don't like change, but we don't like the way it is now, and that's kind of the dynamic we live in. So we're going to walk through your new RMS. This system will be used to document training, your company training, in station, assigned training. It'll be used to document your hydrant inspections, your pre-fire plans, your NIFRS incident reports. And then in the near future, I think the department's looking at bringing your EPCRs over from ESO into FireWorks to have everything in one program. So the purpose of the day is to get you guys oriented to it and kind of go through some basic navigation features that generally focus as a company officer level as a firefighter in the station. So if everybody had a chance to log in, you should have logged in to the software. And I'll go ahead and log in as well. And in logging into our software, you'll notice that we are basically a cloud-based software. We operate in a Windows environment, we operate in a Google environment, we operate in an Android environment, and we operate in an iOS environment. So any device will allow you to log into our software. We are browser-based. So our preference is that you use Google Chrome. Google Chrome works the best as far as the flexibility and the efficiency of our software. Mozilla Firefox works very well as a second alternative. Microsoft Edge, you just have that on a computer to download Google Chrome or Firefox. So, you know, don't use Edge for anything when it comes to dealing with our software because Edge is just Edge, and I'll leave it at that. If you're a Mac person, iOS, Safari works well with our software as well. So any one of those processes go into play inside of our software. We are username or email driven as far as your login. Your login will be an email address that you've already established. And we base your permissions based on your account and based on your email address. And we are also password compliant. You'll notice that when you logged in the first time, you had to create a password. That password had to be 8 characters, uppercase, lowercase letters, a number, and a special symbol. We do not require you to reset your password. Okay? This is not your department system you're logging into. You're logging into our cloud-based system. But what we do provide for you, if any of you saw this little pop-up when the first time you logged in and you never really read it, you just clicked OK. What we're telling you is that we have a feature that if you click yes and you enter in your cell phone number and your cell phone provider and hit save and exit, we'll give you that component to where if you happen to forget your password, you can click on forgot password. We'll ask you for your cell phone number, and if your cell phone number matches your email address, we'll send you a link so that you can log in to your device and reset your password. So we're not going to require you to reset it, but we do have a component for self-password reset. The only way our self-password reset feature works is if you enter the phone number and the carrier and the email address matches the phone number, then we will validate on those two items and send you a text message. So it's not a requirement, but it's just a feature we have that allows you from having to call somebody if you need to reset your password. While we're in this section, this is actually your profile section. You'll notice you have the capabilities of updating information such as your first name, your last name, your date of birth, and then you can also provide pictures and digital signatures for yourself. In the near future, this section will expand out a little bit. We're adding to this section the ability for users to update their mailing address, to update their emergency contact information, so that this becomes more of a self-portal that you're able to update information on your records, and we are able to provide that on the administrative side of the house. And then lastly in this section, you'll notice there's a box that says attachments. By clicking on the attachment sections, if your department chooses to take your paper personnel jacket, pay raises, promotions, certifications, all that data, and make it digital, we'll actually give you access to that digital file. So from the attachment sections, if the department keeps copies of your certification, they upload your certifications to your staff record, you will now be able to have access to that staff record by going to the attachment section of our system. So those are three things that happen inside of this process. This is all under the profile section. And when I say the profile section of the software, if you click on your name, you should have something down here in the bottom left called My Profile. That's your individual profile section. Also, by clicking on your name, we give you access to three other areas. We give you access to the user manual, which is where you're able to see any type of tutorial tools, including videos about how to use our software. You also have the knowledge base component, which provides more videos and more tools on how to do specific things in our software. And then you have what's called library. The library is your departmental resource library. That's where the agency will be able to upload information so that you'll be able to go through and grab information about and documents and videos that may have been uploaded by your department to review or use inside of that process. And the last thing in here is called release notes. And basically, release notes are notifications of what changes have been launched or being launched on your software. We commonly now have a profile update or a program update of every 6 to 8 weeks. We make changes and enhancements, is our terminology in the system, is enhancements to the software, and we add new features, modify existing features. Our goal is to make the system as user-friendly as possible for the personnel that use our system. There are features that need to be added. We want to know about those so we can add them. If there's features that we need to modify to make it a little more efficient, we want to do that. So the way we do that is from customer feedback. And when we get customer feedback, if we're going to roll those programs out for future users. We'll let you know through release notes of documents that were there. And just to show you, just a quick look is, these were the October builds, and there's about 5 pages of things that we've changed and modified in our system. And basically the November build is coming out, I think, this week or next week. So there'll be a new document with new stuff that'll hit our system pretty much next week. So that's how often we update our software. If you look at our software, you have 2 ribbons. We have a top ribbon, and then we have a secondary ribbon. Depending on what sections you navigate to in the top ribbon, you will notice that the secondary ribbon will drop into 1 or 2 different areas. So with all of our programs, we actually come in there and we document that primary and that secondary ribbon based on where you're looking at inside of our software. So a little bit about our general navigation. If for some reason you're using a device that has a smaller viewing area, our system is programmed to provide you with the largest viewing area for data entry. So I'll kind of show this. I'll move this over. Move this out of the way. If for some reason your screen resolution is a little larger, you may notice that the top ribbon will disappear. But if the top ribbon disappears, you'll see the hamburger over on the right side. And by clicking on the hamburger or the 3 bars, that's where your actual items went in that process. So there's 2 components that come into play, 2 components you can use in navigation of our system, depending on the screen resolution that's available inside of our software. So that's just some general navigation components. Inside of each of our section, we have different information, and all of our data ties together. Because all of our data ties together, we provide you with what's called a dashboard. And basically the dashboard is where you will find your daily journal. The dashboard is where you'll find your roster to show you who's riding on what trucks during the shift. And the dashboard is where you can find information about responses, required training, required pre-plans. Any variation of information that's captured in our system is available to use in our dashboard component. And documenting a dashboard, if your screen looks like this, and it basically tells you there is no dashboard yet, you need to add one, there's a 3-step process to set up your individual dashboard. And each one of your dashboards can meet your needs. You individually design your dashboard at the user level, and you can modify and adjust it as you see accordingly. First step is to create a dashboard name. By clicking on the plus sign, you can put in a name of what you want to call your dashboard, and then click add. And once you do that, you'll notice that the name of the dashboard should show up right here in the middle section. Page 2, or phase 2, is to create and add your widgets. So you'll notice that as soon as I created a dashboard name, there was a little blue box that showed up to the right of my dashboard name, and it says widgets. When I click on the widgets, I'm able to go into the system, and there is approximately 100 widgets, and that number grows every day because new departments, new firefighters ask for more widgets, and they continually grow. So if I come in here and look at the basics, my bulletin board, my daily journal, and my daily roster, and then I'll just come and say I want to see calls that are happening during this shift, and I add those 4 widgets to my system, they populate in my dashboard. And as soon as they populate, somebody's playing in the bulletin board from the other class or from this class, different things to be showing up inside of the system. So you'll notice that that's why in the bulletin board, John, we need to restrict who can edit the bulletin board. This is B shift, so we need to make sure we restrict that if at all possible. So the third part is, how do I want the dashboard to look for me? And that's the third part, is where we do the actual modification. By clicking on the lock next to your name, I can open it and turn it blue. And as soon as I turn it blue, there's two things I'll point out. The first thing is in the corner of each widget, there's a red X. So if you no longer want to see that data on your dashboard, clicking the red X throws it back into the widget bucket. So it can go away and you don't have to see it anymore inside of that process. The other thing you can do in here is you can rearrange stuff. So if I want to move the roster over here to the top, and then I've got my bulletin board, but I want to put my daily journal up here next to the bulletin, next to the roster. And then if I want to make my roster bigger so I don't have to scroll, I can come in here and I can make my roster a larger view. So instead of scrolling inside of the widget, I can scroll inside of the whole system. I can put my bulletin board, make my journal a little bit bigger. There's my bulletin board. And then at the bottom, I can take my incidents and make them a little bit wider so I can see more information and it's not stacked on top of each other. Once you get a layout that you like for your dashboard, and that from that point on, all you do basically is lock it back, and moving forward, that's how your dashboard will look the next time you log in. So we don't give you a preset dashboard because different people may want to see different items. We let you set your own dashboard to work for your needs inside of the organization. A couple of things to point out about your dashboard is this. With the dashboard, you basically, at your roster, you can look at the current time, or you can look at the full shift and see who's working on the shift. So we provide you with two views in the dashboard area. On the journal side, when you're adding an entry to the journal, the first thing we do with journal entries is we allow you to pick a subject for the topic for your journal entry. So if this is a pass on from one shift to another, the next thing we allow you to do is assign who can see that information. We give you different options. If I'm the shift command, if I'm the captain today, and I know who's relieving me in the morning, I can click on staff, grab that person's name, and he will see the information tomorrow when he comes on shift. If I want to provide it to everybody in my station, I can click on the station, I can select the station group, and everybody that's in that station, assigned to that station, can see that information. And then thirdly, if I want to show it to a group of people, for example, if I've got officers, or if I've got hazmat techs, or if I've got any specific groups that are designed, I can show that to a group of people. But by selecting one of those four intended for groups, it shows you who's able to see that. And then the second thing you'll notice inside of that process is over here where it has an expiration date, that's the date that it's no longer being shown in the journal. So if I'm doing a pass on and today is December the 9th, I want to make sure that my expiration date is December the 10th. Because after tomorrow, I may not want to show it. But if I want to show it for the next 3 shifts, I can set that expiration date for 7 days, and it's information that I want everybody to see for the next 7 days. I can throw it into the journal and give it an expiration date of 7 days. What can't be done is, if I, under my user login, create an item in the journal, and you log in and you see the journal item and you want to edit it, you cannot edit that journal feature. You can view it, but you cannot change what I put into my daily journal. Journals are specific entries based on the user that is logged in. The user, while the journal entry is still open and not expired, has the rights to go in and edit their own journal entry. If someone else tries to edit their journal entry, it will not let them edit it, it will let them view it. It's kind of how we deal with our journal entries in that process. So when you're creating a journal entry, you can basically talk about what type of entry it is, who you want to see it, what the notes are you want to provide in that process, and then you can click add to add that to your system. You can also do a timestamp because some departments said they want a timestamp when their journal entries are made. We give you the timestamp feature to also add that to your journal. And in that process, when I click add, that basically drops into their journal entry, and you'll notice it's there. And then I can come into that journal entry and do that process to where I can basically make an edit to it, add a new timestamp, and then go from there. So that's one of the problems that we look at, or one of the issues we can do inside of that, depending on the rights and what's there inside of that, which my rights are a little bit more, so I can manage these. So that's where we deal with our journal entries. Below that, at the very bottom of my process here, if I scroll down, get my mouse to work. My mouse ain't working. I hate that. Hold on one second. There we go. Thank you. The very bottom of my list down here, you'll notice that I have a list of my incidents. As calls are dropping in from the CAD and they're dropped into the system, they're going to show up in our incidents list. Some departments or some captains like to have this in their system. The reason I like to have in the system is by clicking on the hyperlink here, it will push them directly into the NIFRS incident. So they wouldn't have to go to NIFRS through the incident list and then do that. Most departments that use this dashboard feature pretty much will have all of their users, when they open up the software, land in the dashboard. And then we just provide hyperlinks from this as well. So some of the other things that this can be used for, just to let you know, is that if there is a chart inside of our business intelligence section, which is showing data like response time charts or call type charts and all of that, we can make a hyperlink inside of our dashboard, so you can click on that hyperlink and you can actually see that analytics chart and navigate to it directly from the dashboard. So it's just different features we can do navigating our dashboard inside of FireWorks. Any questions about the dashboard component, setting up your dashboard? It's pretty straightforward. 3-step, and you have your dashboard arranged. So that's the component with dashboards. So we did basic navigation. We talked about basic settings. Let's talk about daily operations and daily practices. What we're going to do is we're going to cover 4 basic items. We're going to cover documentation of station training, or individual training, because both are actually allowed to be done inside of here. And then we're going to cover the documentation of pre-plans, documentation of hydrant inspections, and the documentation of a NIFRS incident inside of the system. So those are the 4 areas of data entry that we're going to cover as we move forward inside of the software. So the first one we'll talk about will be something that should be done on a daily basis by a company officer, and that's documenting my training inside of my station. So if I'm conducting training inside of my station, as a company officer, I would go over here to the training section, and when you open the training section up, you'll notice that we're going to see that bulletin board again, and then we're also going to see a calendar on the left side. And when you see the calendar on the left side of your screen, if there was a training assignment that was assigned to you for the current day, it should show up on the left side of your screen. So there's 3 ways we manage training inside of FireWorks. One way is that we actually can schedule a training class, and our training assignment is what our terminology is, and we can assign a training topic to everybody as an individual training topic. If an individual training topic is assigned to you, it's going to show up on the left side of the calendar. And then you can click on that topic, finish that training, and document that you've completed the topic. The second process is we can basically self-assign a training topic to be completed as a firefighter, as a company officer, individual training that I assign to myself and I document and complete on an individual basis. And then the third time is I've done training, or what we call company training in the station. I've completed that training, and now I want to document that my training for today has been entered and completed in the system. So three basic methodologies that we use to document your fire department training. If it's not listed here, then it hasn't been scheduled for you. If it was listed here, it would show up on the calendar, and by clicking on it, you would basically hit play to actually do that training session. If the training was not listed, but if you wanted to document it, you could go to the calendar, and when you click on the calendar right here, you'll notice that the calendar is going to show you the dates. And by clicking on the show all events, it'll also show you what training basically has been selected or has been completed. And you'll notice that you have one called EPR training that's there. If I hit show all events and remove it, you'll notice in that process that none of those events are showing up. And the reason for that, I did not attend those events. So show all events will show you all training that is entered into the system. If you don't hit the show all events button, it's only going to show you training that's been assigned to you. So it's another way you can document that training process. So if I wanted to enter training, I can basically come into the system and I can grab a block of time. And when I release a block of time, it's going to provide me with three options. The first option is going to be I want to enter in a training class, or what we call an assignment, that I did myself and nobody else involved with it. So if I click the assignment only for you, it will register that class. You'll pick the topic that you completed, document your start and end time, which we've already done by grabbing the calendar block. It'll automatically drop your name in as a person taking that training class. And then when you hit sign and done, it will register it as a completed training class. If the topic you pick, and we'll talk about that in a second, has a video attached to it, you have to watch the video in order to complete the class. If the topic has documents like a PowerPoint or an SOG or something that has to be reviewed, you have to review that document before you can complete the class. And then lastly, if the class has a test in it, you have to complete and pass the test before you can complete the class. So all of those criteria are built into our training in that system. The second option is I want to document in-station company training that was done by my crew. And when I say for multiple staff, I can make one training entry for the guys on my truck, for the guys in the station, for the guys on the shift, or whatever group. If I have different shifts and I have just my paramedics, and we do a training class for just my paramedics, I can go into the system and select paramedics as my group, and it would list all of my paramedics. So we allow you to select different layers when you're documenting a training class. The one on the right, which says activity, is when you want to document an event that is not a training assignment. Let's say you got a call and you had to go out and help a school rehang their flagpole. I'm riding the ladder truck today. They got a rope issue. They need the ladder truck to go out and adjust a rope or fix the rope or replace the rope on a live flagpole. Y'all ever done that? I'm sure you have. We used to do it all the time. So in that process, if I don't create a NIFRS incident and record that as a public service incident, then I would create an activity and record that as a public service activity. So depending on the process of how you document that in your department, we give you that activity function. Activity functions are also used to document public education events in certain circumstances, and it can be documented inside of our system as an activity. So let's say I'm documenting a training class for my crew at the station. I'll come in and I'll basically bring in that process. And the next thing it's going to ask you to do is it's going to ask you to pick what the topic was. You'll notice that up top, you can grab the topic based on a category, and there's a list of categories, or you can just type in the first few letters of what the class is you've done, and it'll bring that list to only show those topics. So you'll be able to attend a class that has pre-designed topics by your training division. And if your topic is not there, your training officers can add a topic into the system so it can be there inside of that process. So if I'm saying I'm conducting this here class on EPR training, I would click on the blue check mark, and as soon as I brought it up, it's going to basically do a couple of things. The first thing you'll notice, since the template is being managed by your training division, it's going to have the category filled out, it's going to have a subcategory filled out, and it may even have learning objectives and notes already pre-populated for you. In the event your training officers do that, all you really have to do at this point forward is add the staff members that attended that training class, because the information has already been provided by your training division. So I would basically come in here and I would click add, and I would go over here and slide on the roster button, which tells our system, don't look at my department list, only look at the people that are working today that are on our roster. Once I have slid over to the roster, at that point, I can make other filter operations. If I want to look at just a certain station, I can click on the station and my list changes just to that certain station. If I'm happy with everybody on the right side, I just click add all, and it moves them to the left side. Once it moves them to the left side, all I have to do is check the blue check up top to add those people to the training record. So now I can click here that I want to save my changes. And the most important thing about our system that I wish we could change, but we haven't changed it yet, is you'll notice we have a save and a save and done button. My personal preference would we would have one called schedule and one called save and done. What this does in our software is if you click just save, it's going to save the information you entered, but it's not going to show it as a completed training class. It's going to show it still open so that someone can go in there and modify it. If you click save and done, it shows that you've completed this training and we're closing this class as a completed training class and awarding the hours to the personnel that attended the training class. If we just click save, it's not going to award the hours, and it's going to show this as an incomplete training class. So when you're documenting training that happened with your personnel in the station and you've got your personnel there, please make sure to click save and done, because it will mark all staff as completing the training. And now when you look at it in the calendar, it will actually show you that that class has been completed to where this class is still open inside of that process. So just a couple of ways that we document training inside of the system. If I was going to document a training class for just myself, I could come in here and I could say I wanted to do a training class that I did from here to here for just me. I can say I did ground letters, and you notice right here it says add and play. Add and play means that I want to complete the class right now. Add means that I want to schedule it and come back and complete it later. So I would click add and play, and at that point, if this class had a video to take, it would be down here in the video section. I could click on the video, watch the video, and so forth. When I'm finished with the training, all I would do is click right here, sign is done. And at that point, it'll ask me what time did I do the training. And I can say I did it from 12 to 1300. And it shows it at 1 hour. And I can click OK. And you'll notice it just showed that I completed a training class. So multiple ways you can document training inside of our system in EPR. All of you should have been assigned to an EPR training class. So if you look on your calendar, in your calendar, there should be, if John did it correctly, there should be a link for you in the EPR class.
I'm adding them in now.
Oh, you're adding them in now, so you haven't done it yet. Okay. So somewhere down the road, there should be something showing up in your calendar. To see it in your calendar, make sure that your calendar, when it opens up, is showing either assignments or showing all, because you can navigate. And John, I've noticed this. You might want to tell the girls, the ladies next door, they put 2 activities in as assignments, 2 of the detector things they did. So if I come in here and click activities, it'll show just that. And then if I click all activities, it shows everything. So you'll notice how the calendar can get very busy in that process. If you only want to see stuff that you participated in, you just turn off the show all events, and all it's going to show are items that you're either scheduled to complete or items that you attended and have been given credit for completing them. And the way we show that difference is in the top right corner. It'll have that green stripe and say that it's done, that it's been completed. So you can have training assigned to you to complete. You can self-assign and complete training on your own. And then you can document training for your crew and complete it as well. The 3 levels that we operate with and documenting training inside of FireWorks. Any questions about documenting a training class at the company officer level or firefighter level? Is everybody good with that one? Okay. So let's move on to look at some information that comes into play as far as dealing with tasks that we'll have to complete during our shift.
Here's what I found.
No, not you. Okay. So 2 tasks that'll commonly have to be completed at the company officer level are hydrant inspections and pre-plans. And those are 2 areas that commonly you'll have to document and complete. The department has chose to segregate hydrants and pre-plans by apparatus and by shift. So in their scheduling for hydrants and pre-plans starting in January, they're going to schedule hydrant inspections and pre-plans by apparatus and shift, and they'll be assigned for everybody throughout the department. What's going to happen is, if B shift is given a set of hydrants and a set of buildings for next year, in 2024, those buildings will rotate to C shift. In 2025, they'll rotate to A shift, and in 2026, they'll come back to B shift. Same apparatus, we're just going to rotate shifts every year, so that in the course of 3 years, you have seen those hydrants and you have seen those buildings for pre-planned purposes. So that's the component that we bring into the system where we're able to rotate that process. The second thing is when you go into the hydrant module, you'll notice there's one side that says hydrant list that'll list all the hydrants in the community, and then the other side that says hydrant test. By default, we're going to open you up on the hydrant test side, and we're going to show you hydrants that are due this year and have not been completed. So January 1, you'll have a full list of hydrants that are scheduled to be done in 2023. To make it easier for you, you have the capabilities in your software by clicking on the advanced search feature, and you can come and say, I only want to see hydrants that have been assigned to my truck and my shift. So now when I hit search, my list will narrow down to only those trucks and my shift and show me the hydrants that I have to inspect. So in this scenario, car 100 has some hydrants they have to inspect. Yeah, I know that, but I know that. It was just the first one on the list that I grabbed to make it easy. Okay, well, here's what's neat about it. If you know that you're working on that vehicle and that shift for the whole entire year, you can set this filter right here as your default. And to do that, I can basically come right here and click on the pencil. You'll notice I have the hydrants that are due this year and they're not completed. I have V100 and B shift. I want to make that my default search. So when I click on the pencil, I can give it a name. I can say I want that to be my default and click save. So once I create that, the next time I open up hydrants under my username and password, it's going to show me by default the hydrants that are just for V100 and B shift that have not been completed this year. So you don't have to do the advanced search component to create that as your default. You can build it one time, and then if you change shifts or you change apparatus, you can go in there and change it. If you're working and you got moved to a different station for a rotation or two, you can come into that existing one and say, well, wait a minute, I need to change it. Today I'm riding on vehicle 700, click search, and it will change your query for you and show you those hydrants. So you can basically, like we call it, you can create a home filter, and then when you travel, you can modify your home filter to wherever you're working at in that process. So any questions on setting your filter so that you can see what is designed to you at your home location? Once you do that, we give you two options in regards to hydrants. One is I can click on the map view feature, and now my hydrants are going to show up in the map to where they're at to be calculated. And if I can find them, they're somewhere in the map. Oh wait, map view. I don't know where they're at. Let's see where they're at. Did I schedule them for this year? Yep. Y'all got a big area. It's hard to see them. Let me find them.
What was that neon green and the other two?
Yeah, they're right in here. Yeah. So here's one right here. And
Keep going up. Straight on. Straight. Keep going north. Keep going north. Up to the left.
they're over here somewhere. There they are. Okay, there's another one. So you'll notice customarily, whoever is assigning your hydrants, the process is to assign hydrants to a truck that are in what we call a zone or a neighborhood. So that when you bring up the map, it'll show you all the hydrants on that map together so you get a visual of where you're going to do hydrants. The reason for that is either from the list view or from the map view, I can select that hydrant and I can say I want to go to a test. and we will then at that point open up your hydrant inspection worksheet. This worksheet is a top to bottom worksheet. There's no moving through different modules. Everything you need to do to complete a hydrant test is basically documented right here in this single worksheet. You'll notice in the top, it should have my shift, my apparatus, and my name entered in as a person that's going to do the sheet. The next part of this will show you information about the hydrant. And if there's information that needs to be updated, you can turn on the edit button and make updates and then save your edits. The next section is going to show you a visual of where the hydrant is to make sure the location is correct on the map. If the location is not correct, you have the capabilities from this view to come into our software and click the drag or update hydrant. And then if you want to move the hydrant to where it's supposed to be, you can basically move it. And then once you save it, we update that location. So that's the location it shows that moving forward inside of the system. So if hydrants pop up in the middle of a building, you can drag it to the side of the building or wherever it's at to give it the appropriate location while you're conducting that inspection. Then below that, you can document all the stuff you did during the inspection. If you came across a problem, you can document the problem, including a description. And if you need to take a picture of the problem and you have a device that has a camera on it and it's open, you can click on the attachment icon and it will let your device take a picture of the issue, and it will upload that picture to the actual inspection. So it won't be saved on the camera roll of your device. It will be uploaded and saved into the attachment. And when you send the notification, the attachment will be included with the problem so that you describe the problem, but they can also see the problem inside of their software. And then lastly, once you've demonstrated there's a problem, you can actually email that problem directly from the inspection. There's going to be a list added to your database that if you go to the mailing list, there'll be a list in here called hydrant issues. When you click on hydrant issues, it will automatically generate and send that email saying that this hydrant at this location has reported this problem. And by the way, here's a picture of it. So all of that can be done directly from the hydrant inspection inside of the software. The next section below that, if you're conducting a flow, you can document the flow test that took place. If there's any remarks about the hydrant, you can enter it here. The next two sections are flow test and inspection histories. And then if you want to email this entire report to somebody, you can send it to somebody. Commonly, we don't do that unless there's an issue and I want somebody to know about it. And the very end, you document how many minutes you were there inspecting the hydrant and click submit. As soon as you click submit, it will actually show this as a completed hydrant inspection. It will schedule it for 2024, or the next year, and it will rotate it from your shift to the shift that's next in line. So if B shift did this one, it would show up going to C shift next year when we turn it on. We hadn't turned the feature on yet, so it still shows B shift, but when we flip the switch, when you get to the bottom, it should not show your shift, it should show the next shift in line. And the name of the staff member will not be there because we won't show who's going to be because we don't know who we're giving it to next year. We're just giving it to that truck in the next shift in line. Pretty straight process, top to bottom, and documenting a hydrant inspection. Questions about documenting a hydrant inspection? Do you have the attendant, do y'all basically have the opportunity to where if there's a new hydrant that's installed, that you can add a hydrant out in the field, or does that go through another division of the department? Another division, okay. So we also have the capabilities, if after you're out doing an inspection, there is a new subdivision or new streets or new hydrants are added, you can actually add them out in the field and conduct that initial inspection, and that can be added into your system. If you don't allow for that process, then you have to basically notify someone else to add that hydrant into your system. So I'll come in here and I'll hit submit, and when I hit submit into that process, it basically just added and updated that hydrant into our system. And you'll notice it basically shows that that hydrant is where no longer on my list. So if you are assigned however many hydrants at the beginning of the year, as you actually complete them, this list will become shorter and will only leave you the list of ones that are there. If you jump over to next year, it will show you that those hydrants have been scheduled for next year and they're ready for whoever's going to capture them next year to go out and complete those hydrant inspections. So that's how we can document a hydrant inspection. Any questions about that process? All right, let's take a 5-minute coffee bathroom break and we'll discuss pre-plans next. And we finished with the hydrant inspection. If we had a problem, they would go out and be notified about that electronically. There's also mechanisms in our system to where if they need to know that hydrants have been fixed or not, they can also run reports to get a list of all the problems that were reported by you guys out in the field. And one of the things that I commonly recommend to departments is we make that an automated report. So somebody gets that email once a week until they all get fixed. And that's just a way to make sure that what you found in the field is actually being managed and repaired by somebody else and being updated. So that's kind of how we handle that. Well, the other side is documenting a pre-plan. And our pre-plans reside under our property section of our system. The same kind of process we did with the hydrants you can do with your properties. If you'll notice, you show that there is a pre-plan list and a property list. So under the pre-plan side, I can come in here and I can set an advanced search to show only to me the properties that have been scheduled for me to inspect. And when I hit that search factor, it will narrow my list to just those properties that I have to do pre-plans on. And because we have the capabilities of doing this advanced search, you can also make this a saved filter. So I can come back into there, I can click, I can give it a name, and I can tell it to make it my default. So the same thing we did on the hydrant advanced search, we can do on the pre-plan advanced search so that you don't have to keep entering that every time you open it up. And you'll notice in the advanced search field, if y'all schedule stuff by stations, there's a station field as well as an apparatus field. I would just modify my search to show that information. So the next thing you'll notice here is it's giving you a list of the properties that you have to go pre-plan for the current year. And it's showing you the due date of when the pre-plan was scheduled to be completed by. And by looking at the map view, kind of the same process. You'll notice here's one of them right here. If I zoom out, the other should be somewhere inside of your system, depending on where they're at. But we'll go back to the one that's closest to us. At that point, if that's the one I'm scheduled to pre-plan, when I click on the bubble, it'll ask me if I want to go to the pre-plan. So this is where you can actually capture that data and click that I would like to go to the pre-plan. And what it will do inside of the system is it opens up our pre-plan inspection process. So I get assigned a building. I'm assigned to go do a pre-plan of building. I drive up. I'm there. I click on the blue bubble. I hit pre-plan, and this is what I get. You'll notice it's going to show me the process of the pre-plan information. It'll show me the date. It'll show me the pre-plan number, my name, the shift and apparatus will show up. And then right below that, it starts to show me details about my pre-plan. To conduct a pre-plan in FireWorks, you'll notice that there is a series of sections that you will need to go through in order to complete a pre-plan. And the first section we show you is basically the map view of that building. And by looking at the map view of that building, we're showing you the location of where the property is. Inside of there, we will also show you, as you zoom out a little bit from this view, if there were any hydrants available within so many feet or so many areas. So you notice all these hydrants over here, I can actually see the hydrants in relation to the property that I'm inspecting. So if that's the building I'm doing the pre-plan on, I will basically now be able to see that building. Well, a couple of things that our software allows you to do, and I'll fast forward a little bit and come back. We have a feature in our software under the response section that's called response mode. And what response mode does is it allows you, in the event that you're dispatched on an emergency response to a property that you have pre-planned, we bring up the information from the pre-plan for you to view in the response side of the system. So we provide a mechanism for documentation that you capture in a non-emergency response mode. We provide you with that information in a response mode process. So a couple of things you can do inside of that. If for some reason the location of the property is not exactly where you want it, and when I say that, I'll say this, that some systems alike for the address of the property to be at the street side instead of in the middle of the property or the middle of the parcel where the property is at. So that's one of the processes that goes into play. So if I needed to move this marker and move it to the actual address spot, I can basically click here to enable the move property symbol. I can click right here and tell it, yes, I want to move that address. And by doing that, what it does now is it puts the address at the entrance to that property. So if I'm looking at, I've got to respond there, and I bring this up in response mode, I'm looking at the driveway that I need to respond into to go to that building in the event of a call. Comes in very handy if your apartment complexes have different addresses. You can put the actual markers on that building in that apartment complex, so when you're going into that complex, you can see what building you're going to instead of having to figure out in a complex of 50 buildings which one is my call at. The other thing it does is in a strip mall, if your strip mall has the same address, but suite A, B, C, and D all have different addresses, you can now put your dot to where that certain place is, and it will actually calculate that into your response. So a couple of different things you can look at as far as marking your property and identifying your building. Once you've done that, the other thing we allow you to do inside of our software is add, y'all got a call? Do we need to stop? Do we need to keep going? What do we need to do?
Okay.
Are we good? Okay. Nice meeting y'all. Y'all be safe. Be careful. Yeah.
That get canceled.
Yeah. Is that a ladder?
By the way.
Is that a ladder or a rescue? Oh. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. We used to say ladder goes up, building goes down. All right. So let's talk about this. We have a component inside of our software which enables you to put markers on buildings. And when we say put markers on buildings, we allow you to take an old pre-planned information that used to be sentences or words that you would have to go look at and read. We're now triggering them as a visual cue for your properties. So, for example, if this building, and when I'm pre-planning it, it has a fire department connection, I can actually come and click where the fire department connection is, and now in that drawing, it will actually basically show me where the fire department connection is. If I capture it during the pre-plan here, if I'm dispatched to a call at that location and I open this building up under response mode, it will show me that marker that I placed on the building during the pre-plan. So now you're able to add a visual cue as to where your fire department connection is. You can also add other features to this property, which makes it a little more valuable to you as respond in. If we look at the markers that are in place, you'll notice that there's a whole list of markers that can be included, even a one that we use commonly in our area that is basically an indicator that if the building does not have a good structure and we deem it as a no interior attack building because it's lightweight truss or it has other issues going on inside, we drop a no interior attack symbol on the roof of the building, so all units responding in know that this is going to be an exterior fire attack only. So it's a way that in our pre-plan component, as a fire department, the buildings you have to pre-plan, you can put information that'll help other agencies or other units responding in about what the situation is that they have to handle. So that's one of the components about documenting this inside of the property section when you're conducting a pre-plan. So you'll notice when we look at this in the markers, and I'll scroll up a little bit, there's a whole list of markers that you can use that can be documented inside of the pre-plan. There is also, when we talk about adding in components, you're also able to come in and add DOT placards. This another common one that we do in our organization is if that property has tier 2 chemicals listed inside of that property, we look at the most hazardous chemical and we put a placard on the top of that building. And the reason we do that is we're not going to list all the chemicals. There'll be placards all over the place. But in the event of a response to a spill or a leak or a strange odor, I want to let my firefighters know what is the most hazardous chemical that they may run into based on my pre-plan in that building. So I could come in there and I could basically grab a placard and document what it might be in there, and I can put that placard also on the top of that building as well. So just a couple of ways that we're able to communicate information that we discover in a pre-plan and put it into a visual cue on that property so that we can indicate where it's at. So if there were hydrants around this building, the other thing that I can do inside of that process, and they're not close to this building, but I'll show an example of this. If there were hydrants around this building, I could click on that hydrant and say, this is the closest hydrant to that building. And when I click that this is going to be my primary hydrant and hit save, I've just updated and added that hydrant to this property. But what I actually have also done is provided a distance from this hydrant to that hydrant. Now realize it's as the crow flies. It's not as the roadway is. But if this location had hydrants down this road, then I could catch those nearby hydrants and it would tell me this hydrant's 350 feet, this hydrant's 500 feet. So now I also have an idea of what? How much LDH I need to drop on the ground. And if I'm a pretty good driver, I would realize that I know based upon footage how many seconds I'm moving once I drop that hose, because every operator should already have in his mind how many seconds equal a 100-foot length of hose, because that's a part of what you learn to be an efficient operator. So if I know that I've got it to where it takes me 30 seconds to drop 100 feet of LDH, then I know that I've got 2 to 3 minutes and then I have enough hose on the ground. So that's where we can use that distance to help you understand your operations. So just a few things that you can do inside of a property in dealing with markers to let you understand. And you'll notice as you zoom out, the markers stack, but as you zoom into the building, basically the markers are going to be there so you can see everything at a pretty good view. So any questions about adding markers to your pre-plans that you may have questions about? Do y'all currently do that in your pre-plans? Do y'all provide markers and information so that other apparatus know what's going on? So this is a component that we brought in to help with documenting your buildings and so forth. The other things you have the capabilities of is dropping in a polygon. So if this was a multi-story building or if this was a school, in that process, you could actually come in and drop a polygon onto your drawing, and we commonly do this with schools now and multi-story buildings. And I can give that polygon a name. I could call it collapse zone if this was a multi-story building. And I could make it a certain color polygon. So now when I save it, it would show that that's a collapse zone. So if I'm responding in and it's a 3-story, 4-story building, and I notice that I've got a collapse zone, I'll know where not to park my apparatus in the event you have a working fire at that location. If this was a school and you're working with law enforcement, this may be a command zone for active shooter incidents. So I can actually throw that on my map to show where that's at in that process. Or the last thing that we actually use a lot is if you have a limitation on certain buildings, and I'm sure you do here, I may want to go and identify on that building where my aerial access area is. So when my ladder trucks are coming in, they can have a look at see where is their position is set up at. So just different ways. We're not targeting the building, we're targeting that area around that property to help us in the response to that location and see that information. So after we're finished with all of that, we can go in and finish the rest of our pre-plan. And the rest of our pre-plan is basically a simple walkthrough and talking to the owners, looking at the buildings and documenting. So when we talk about that, the next section is where we document our contacts. And in our contact section, we allow you to document the primary contact for that location and a secondary contact for location. And then the third contact is the building owner or the company, the owner of the property. So you'll notice you may have one contact, and if that contact happens to also be the building owner, you can basically copy that person down and put their name in twice. We reference the building owner separate from the primary contacts because we realize in some cases the owner may be a property management company, it may be a different organization altogether, and they may have 2 contacts on site that are the contacts for anything that goes on at that location. So we always segregate or we separate the owner contact, but we allow you to copy the owner contract down if contact number 1 happens to be the contact and the building owner. If you have more than those contacts, you can drop down below to where it says additional contacts, and you can add more contacts. And we give you no limit as to how many contacts you can add on a property when you're building them in. If you'll notice here, and you could keep adding to this list in that process. And then you can put them in order of which they need to be contacted. So just a few things we do in the property contact section. Under the details, this is where we have the information about the property. You'll notice all of this information that came in. If there is a change in the name of the business, you can update it here, and we keep a log of what's been updated on that property so we can tell you when the name of the property was changed by whoever did the pre-plan. You'll notice the address is here, the zip code is here, the street, the city, and if you have information about the building, you'll notice that you have square footage, height, length, width, and so forth into the building in that process. Oh, and John, just to let you know for ISO purposes, if the building has a height of greater than 32 feet, it classifies into the tall building list that we built for ISO. Anything 32 feet or 3 stories in height will trigger on your ISO tall building list. We do it both ways. Also, you can document the number of stories, above grade, below grade, and total, and all of this can be updated. And you'll notice earlier, I count that hydrant. Look what it told me. there's that hydrant that we call for this building, and it's basically, as the crow flies, 3,700 feet from that hydrant marker to that property marker. So if it's down the street, you can get accurate data down the street of how far that hydrant is to give you a ballpark in the response section. After you've documented that section, you can now look, if it's a multi-story building, you can put things individual per floors. If the first floor has commercial, the second floor is residential, the third floor is residential, you can document that one property with 3 different floors of information in our system. In documenting the OVAP score, you can actually come in and document the 5 sections of the OVAP score in order to document the risk of this property. Risk assessment to properties is something that's done on your accreditation process. So this is where we allow you to document your risk assessments to buildings. You notice those markers we added earlier are now showing up in your list. So this allows you to see what the markers are that you've added to your property. You can put labels on them. And if I wanted to come in here and actually put the name of the chemical, I could put the name of the chemical right there and it would show up on top of the marker. And then I can come down here, and if there's anything I need to put about this or the FDC, I can add that information from this section. If there are attachments that you want to add to this building, let's say the building owner gives you a floor plan as a PDF and you want to add that PDF. So if you drop it on your computer and then you add it to the building. Let's say you're doing this on your device, on your tablet, and your tablet has a camera. And I walk around to the back of the building and I notice there's all kind of crap behind the building that needs to be documented, a hazard for firefighters. I can walk behind that building, and when I look at my attachments, I can basically click the attachments and I can click the add. And by basically clicking on my camera icon, I can take a picture of what I want to take about that property, and it will upload into that property database. So for example, one of the ones we talk about, we had a commercial building in our area, looked pretty mundane, not a problem at all. You walk around back, they had a swimming pool, and the pool was like very much hidden, so you couldn't see it because it was a U-shaped building, and in the middle of the U-shaped building was a pool. So the captain said, I never knew there was a pool here. So they took a picture of it and they added to the attachments, and then they put it in our threat remarks that in the middle of the building is a swimming pool. Be aware of that. So those are things that are out of the ordinary that you can take pictures of and add to your attachments so that personnel responding will know about that. The next section you can document are going to be your hazardous materials. So we talk about documenting your hazmat. This is where we're talking about coming in and adding specific chemical names. So if you want to take that most severe chemical and I want to add it to my list, I can click on here to add it. And then when I come and look at my lookup table, if it's chlorobutane that I want to add, you'll notice it'll add to my property. But because it's in the Cameo database, it will also give me a link so that I can actually document from response mode while driving down the cab in my truck. I can go to my emergency response guide for that chemical and actually review that information while I'm responding to that building. So it's just another component that we add into our system that allows you to actually see information about where you're responding to that we've collected during a non-emergency response. It's available in an emergency response. So just another layer of information that you're able to document. Finishing up, we have a section called remarks. You don't have it, but I'm hoping you'll add one in. This remarks section is where you need to provide information of what I like to call in teaching pre-plans and in my department and working with my company officers, we call them initial threats. When we call them initial threats or threats, what we're talking about If I'm the guy riding in that jump seat and I'm going to a building and I see smoke, I want to know, is there anything that I should have known about this building 10 minutes ago? That's where, when you're walking through that building in a non-response mode, you can go into this remarks section, whatever you want to call it, and I can document things that need to be known when I step out of the cab of that truck onto the ground. We have a feature in our system called tactical summaries. We would add this section to your tactical summary, and when you open up the pre-plan for that building, the tactical summary is the first thing that you see. So now I will know issues that I need to know about this building. So this is where you can alert your fellow firefighters of problems that they're going to have, or potential problems they're going to have in regards to this process. And then beyond that, you have access components to where you can update information. You have a place to add exposures, to where if you have exposures on the 4 sides of the building, you can update your exposures. And then the bottom row here, we've already talked about additional contacts, but you can also come into here and look, is there a history of permits, when the last pre-plan was completed and who did it. A history of calls at that address will also be listed. And then any and all changes that were made to that property will start filling into the property log as you save and continue on with your pre-plans. So all of those modules are the areas that you flow through in conducting a pre-plan. Once you finish that, to save this pre-plan in your system is pretty straightforward. You come down to the bottom and you put how many minutes you were there doing that pre-plan. I'll put 60. And then the last thing I'll do right here is hit submit. And when I hit submit, it drops my name in as a person that completed the pre-plan. It updates all of that record, and it schedules the pre-plan for the next year for the different shift, and I walk away. So this is all done during your emergency mode response, as doing that walkthrough through the building. You're not doing a code enforcement inspection. You're doing a walkthrough and a documentation of your building to look at things that you need to know about that building when you're responding to that building in an emergency response. That's what a pre-plan is in the fire service. It's not an inspection. It is a walkthrough to gain your knowledge as a fire response agency to that building that you have to protect and respond to. Any questions about protected properties and how to conduct pre-plans inside of our system? Is it too in-depth, or is it going to be a value if you start to use it? Most departments that use it find it to be a tremendous value. I'll be honest with you. The first year, it's a pain in the butt, especially if you haven't been doing this level of pre-plans in the past. As years go by, it's just a matter of monitoring and making adjustments to your software. The biggest thing I ask departments all the time is, where are your pre-plans at now? Do what? And how often do you grab your pre-plans when you're responding to a call? Yeah. If you're a battalion chief, how often do you open your pre-plan on the scene of a call and you're able to see information about that building? Okay. So this is where we segue into, what do we do with pre-plans inside of FireWorks? And I'll show you what we do with pre-plans inside of FireWorks as soon as this thing saves this pre-plan, because I update a lot of stuff. We actually tie our pre-plans to your incidents. When a call drops in from your CAD into our system, or a call is created to your CAD into our system as an incident, by clicking on the address of that call, we're going to bring you into what's called response mode in our system. And response mode is where if I did my pre-plan correctly, this dot wouldn't be in the middle of the road. It would be somewhere around where the building is back here. Everybody follow that logic? So I would have that location that shows me that this dot may be for this location right here on El Camino Real. So if that was where it was, I would have it. And then you'll also notice in response mode, I'm showing you where the hydrants are on that property as well. So if this was where my response was to, and it was a fire response, I would have my building information. And if I did my pre-plan, I would have my FDCs identified. I would have my cutoffs. You know, I don't know where it's at. This is your area.
We're looking at something back here.
Okay. Okay.
You have a different map.
Oh, I have a different map? Yep. Y'all don't have the map data 2022 imagery? So you don't have this building on your map? What's there, a blank piece of ground? Wow, I need to report that. Was it, when you zoom out, does it go away? Let me see if it goes away. Yeah. First time I've heard of that. So let me see if it zooms out, if it changes an image. No, it's still there. So we'll have to figure out why that's not happening. So let's say I've got the building and this is a building that we're operating at. If I would have marked my FDCs and I would have marked all of my markers during the pre-plan, they would show up on this building. And I'd be able to see that information. The other thing that would happen is in response mode, we also allow you to see the current weather conditions. So we have a weather app that we subscribe to in our software that actually updates the weather every 2 minutes in our system. So we'll show you the current weather conditions, including the wind speeds. I like the wind speed issue because if I'm running to a release or a chemical spill, I'd like to know what my wind's doing. So we provide that information to that. The next thing we do is we give you a list of not only the property that you're responding to, but also your neighboring properties to that location. So if this address was actually the address right here, which it is, I could click on that description, and when it opens up inside of the software, you know that pre-plan that we just talked about? There it is right there in front of you. And you notice, what is the first thing you see in the pre-plan in response mode? Your tactical summary. So remember I said about that remarks section, the stuff I'd like to know 10 minutes ago? It's the first thing you'll see in response mode when you bring up that property that you're responding to. Yes? Okay, okay. So you'll also notice inside of here that as I look at this property, it's showing me all of the property details as I scroll down. And then at the very bottom, it shows me my hydrant distances. So if I go and flag those hydrants and I mark the distances from those hydrants, that information is right here available as I'm responding in. And then the last part of that is if I open up the hamburger, it shows me all of the other areas that I have a captured information on. So if I had hazmat and that chemical was listed, I could click on that and look at the emergency response guide right here from inside of response mode. So this is where we take that pre-plan and we do what it's intended to do when you get a pre-plan. Allow you to use it while responding to or while on the scene of a structural event at that protected property. Yes?
For all the the biggest change I've seen with this stuff, while there's a lot of it, I think it's gonna be good, is this is the first time we've been able to get information like this. So, and I asked Needham yesterday, because we know he's the policy guy, he says, doesn't see any reason we can't get on there, it's web-based, you go on MDT.
Yeah.
Go on, Chrome.
Yep.
All this information you're talking about can all be accessed.
Right.
Freeplays have always felt like busy work because of the fact we weren't able to access it.
Right.
It didn't do anything talking about beforehand, but now it does.
So, and in reference to that, what? So, so let me tell you. So, and to give a primary example of this, in my department, our company officers went to the chief of operations, and we no longer use our CAD other than hitting the buttons and routing. And because we use everything else in response mode, and actually in our trucks, they have FireWorks signed in and left open all the time. When that company officer logs in the morning and he restarts his CAD, he also logs into FireWorks and leaves it open. So that as a call drops in from our CAD and they get dispatched, they can click on the address and it opens up in response mode. And they're able to see where they're going to in that process. And because it is Chrome, they just shift screens. So now we're actually getting to where we're putting our, taking our MDTs out of our trucks, because our CAD system has a CAD Lite version that runs on an iPad. So now we're getting rid of the big clunky MDT tough book that's in front of the guys. We got a bracket to where you can secure an iPad that they can release. And now we're moving to the iPad version so they can click the buttons on the iPad going en route, on scene, and all of that. And then they can turn around and flip over to the app and leave this open while they're transferring to the call. And then the last thing we did is we have now a feature to where in our CAD, if the truck arrives within 1,000 feet of the incident they're responding to, they automatically put them on scene. So they don't have to push the on scene button anymore. So because our guys have found the value in looking at this versus using that CAD mobile and getting limited documentation. So once you're through with the property information, you'll notice here we also provide you with the list of the apparatus that are responding to the call. We can also provide you with the times of the incident from the time that the initial call was actually entered into the system until the times that they were en route on the scene and so forth. And then lastly, I know it's not, you don't receive the data, but if you did receive your CAD data and they did send you the caution notes, you can actually see the caution notes from the CAD while you're in response mode. So all of that information can be relayed over here to you inside of the response mode component. So just features we have inside of there. And also, if your device has an active data card or an active pings, and to explain that, like a MiFi is what's called a passive pinging device. It doesn't reach out, but when you hit a keyboard on your computer, it pushes out to the internet. So it really doesn't know where you're at. But if you're using a data card in like an iPad or a Microsoft Pro X that has a data card built into it now, a Surface Pro X, or an iPhone, those have what are called active pinging devices. So they're constantly updating their location. You could actually spin out to either our Google Maps or our Waze Maps, and it would give you directions to that address from where your truck is sitting. So just a couple other features that we have in response mode that's available to be used. And then lastly, if you have traffic cameras because you're running a call on the interstate, we will actually breach into the traffic cameras for you so that y'all had some interstate somewhere. You could actually go and pick a picture of the interstate, and if it had a picture that was transmitting, it would pop up and yours are not transmitting. Imagine, oh, there we go. So if your cameras were working, it would show you footage of the interstate inside of that process. So I don't know if any part of you guys handle calls on the interstate. We do. We have 3 interstates through our area, and we use those traffic cameras all day long. So that's just another component that's available in response mode. So we've got the call and we're seeing all that data, and it's great while we're there in response mode. Now we have a working fire at this hospital. You know, what can I do with that process and see what's going on? We give a feature for that commander running the scene, is that if he needs to know some quick information, for example, I got a hydrant here or I got a hydrant here, he can actually do some quick distance runs to figure out if I needed to catch another hydrant to bring in some more water, how far away is that hydrant going to be? So he can let that truck know that's coming in on a second alarm, the location of the hydrant they need to grab, and then about how long of a delay it's going to be to get hose to you. So just some different features that we provide for inside of response mode in our system that's available to you in that perspective. And when you click on the hydrant here, the same as when you click on the hydrant in another area, we're going to give you the location of the hydrant so that you can tell the truck exactly what hydrant to pick up. Just some features that we do inside of our software that allow you to better manage an incident response inside of there. So that's where we take the pre-plan and we actually put the pre-plan into action inside of our software. Any questions about response mode? So everything we've done up to now has been capturing data for hydrants and doing hydrants inspections, capturing pre-plans and updating our pre-plan data, doing pre-plan inspections, inter-daily training that's done in the station, and now we're responding to a call and we're getting information of what to do while we're on the scene based on the pre-incident work that we did. Now the call is over and we have to document the call. So the last thing we'll talk about is going to be documenting an actual incident report inside of FireWorks and what we can do to document an incident report. So let's look at it. This is where all of our incidents reside inside of FireWorks. Even when and if you guys move your EPCRs over, everything is going to restart off in the incident section. When we talk about the incident section, if we receive the call information from your CAD system, it's going to show up in this list. If we don't receive the call information from your CAD system because maybe the CAD's offline or the CAD is not operating, you have the capabilities of creating a manual incident. And when you create a manual incident, you can give it a CAD number if you see it in your MDT, because there's going to be a CAD number on your MDT. You can give the dispatch time, you can enter the address of the call, and then as much information as you can put in here, you can put into the system, and then at that point you can hit save and exit, and it will show up in the list. If you want to go directly into the NIFRS report, you would select go to incident, and it will take that data and it will start your NIFRS incident report for you. So there's 2 ways to do this process. I will tell you that in some departments, if the CAD is not processing correctly, we actually had to where communications officers build in the top data and just add the incident list to the report so that when the trucks got off of the call, the incident would already be there. Of course, I'll say that with the caveat that those dispatchers were actually fire department dispatchers in a fire department communication center, and they worked with the firefighters every day. If your dispatch is coming from another agency or another department, you may not have that good working relationship, and that feature may not be capable. So you have the opportunity to add in reports if you're not getting them from your CAD. Once the report is dropped into the system, you'll notice that we've got a list of information here. By clicking on the address, it brought us to what? The response mode. So we already saw that part. All of the other information is descriptors of the event. You'll notice we have a CAD number that came over from your CAD system. Those numbers are not going to be in numerical order, because if your CAD dispatches multiple agencies and multiple processes, like EMS is separate from fire, which may be separate from police, and you all use the same CAD, then your numbers are going to skip. The next number to that is basically our FireWorks incident number. So that's a number that we use internally in our database to track the calls as they're dropping into your system. And that's a number that you really have no control over. We manage that. That number starts off every year at 1. So it'll be the year followed by the incident number, and we put those in numerical order. As calls are dropped into our system, it's awarded a new FireWorks number. The address is next. Then as a report is completed, you'll know the incident type will show up, and then we give you a place to document the station, the date, the time, and the status. When we talk about the status of our incident reports, we operate in basically a process of looking at 5 different statuses. The first one is called no record. So if this report and the EPCRs were connected to this system, next to incidents, there would be a little box that says EPCR. And in the list next to where it says go to, you would see a star life. The star life would be black because you don't create an EPCR on every NIFRS call. But you're available from this screen to initiate an EPCR. So that's why we give you that go-to feature or that hyperlink. Draft mode means that it's in our system and it needs to be completed by someone. Once you have finished that incident report and it has passed the NIFRS qualification and validation and your department validation, it will move to completed mode, which means it has been completed by that company officer or that member making report, and is pending a QC by whoever is responsible for reviewing reports. Y'all going again? Okay. Yes.
Because it's not populating,
Mm-hmm.
it does populate later.
Okay. Yes. No, you can do a change. You can do what's called a change CAD, and it will change the CAD number into the report it's supposed to be. So after that report has been QC'd and it's been approved by whoever is responsible for doing the QA/QC on an incident report, it'll move to our final stage, that is approved. And approved reports are the reports that we send to your NIFRS repository for documentation purposes. In the event that a report needs to be reopened because some documentation or some data needs to be modified, we have a reopen status that can be indicated by whoever is QCing the report. Because what we do in FireWorks is, if I'm that person making report and I go to hit complete my report, I'm through with it, and it passes all of my validations, we're locking that report. So at that time, the report's locked, and if anything needs to be changed on that report, it'll have to be reopened in order for it to be changed. So that's where we keep our data integrity, is that once that member making report has passed all of the validation rules, we're locking that report down. You do not have to have an open report in order to QC it. It's just reading a report. If everything looks good, I hit that I approve the report. So that's kind of our workflow and how that happens inside of FireWorks. So any questions about how we get a report as it flows through our system? Now, to document a report, The first step is basically clicking on the incident number. And when it clicks on the incident number, it's going to open up our NIFRS report template inside of FireWorks. Here's the thing I can tell you about our template. 90% of what you have to document in a NIFRS incident report is in this first section. So we're not going to have you travel unless you need to travel and document things in certain areas. Anywhere that something is required, you'll notice it'll have a red box or it'll have a gold box around it. Red boxes mean that that's an error, and that has to be answered to save that report and move it to completed status. Gold boxes means it's required, but it can be ignored if that information is not available, and the report can be moved to completed status. We also provide indicators. If you'll notice, there's a little red thumbs down among the modules in the ribbon and among the sidebar. That'll tell you that there's information that's required to be documented in those areas. And as you go through those thumbs downs will disappear as you meet those validation requirements inside of that process. You'll notice that across the top, we're giving you the modules. Those modules will change as you indicate your incident type. So for example, if I put the incident type as a grass fire or a structure fire, the fire module will show up inside of the top ribbon. If I put the call as a mutual aid given or mutual aid received, the mutual aid module will pop up in that top ribbon to be completed. So basically, we're only going to show you the modules that need to be completed based on that need of the incident report. Just because a module shows up doesn't mean that there is required data in that section. So for example, casualties. You will see a casualties module on every NIFRS report because that's an optional field that is displayed on every NIFRS incident report. You don't see the mutual aid because there's no aid given. If I change this to aid given, the mutual aid will pop up and now data is needed for that process. So that's kind of how we designed the process of documenting a NIFRS report inside of the system. You'll notice that right here is an internal incident number, and that's your internal department incident number. And then over here we have a section so that you can document your incident type. Now before you go off the rails here, let me just tell you about how we've arranged your incident types inside of FireWorks. They're arranged by the most common used codes in the life of your database are going to be at the top of your list. Think of it as the frequent flyer codes are at the top, and if it's not used as often, it's going to be towards the bottom of the list. And we also give you a search feature to where you can search by numbers or you can search by words. So if I come in here and I want to put in golf cart, you'll notice that it's now showing me a list of those codes that are built in that may have golf cart involved. For some reason, y'all have a whole hell of a lot of golf carts around here. Okay? But what you'll notice about these is all of these codes are 4 digits. So in our system, a NIFRS code is 3 digits, but you have the capabilities of building in what's called a +1 code. So the department has built in specific +1 codes so that now they can document incidents involving golf carts separately from the general incident. So the way we handle that inside of FireWorks is, if I'm going to say this is a motor vehicle accident pedestrian involving a golf cart, and I click 323, you'll notice that we dropped in the 323 on this side, and then we also dropped in that +1 code as well. So by selecting the 4-digit number, we put the NIFRS incident type and the +1 code into your system at the same time. So that's how we handle those processes. And you may have different incident types that are going to have +1 codes, and you'll notice that we'll always show the +1 code with the original code. So if I come back into here and I type in just 323, you'll notice there's a 323 pedestrian struck and there's a 323-1 for what? A golf cart. So we'll always show you the +1 code below the standard NIFRS code so you can determine which is the best appropriate selection to document the incident type. After that's done, you'll notice we're dropping in your station and your shift. You have a place to enter your actions taken. Kind of the same thing we did with the incident type, we've done with actions taken. The most common used codes are at the top of the list. You may not see all of the codes listed here because we'll cut off the list at a certain point, but you may see a ways to where you can come up here and search. So if I come in here and say, I'm going to put investigate, I'm going to put, let me come down here, let me just say, I'm going to say crowd control. There's crowd control, I'll grab it. And then let's say I did do BLS care. And I'll come in here and I'll click back in here and I'll say I did do BLS care. But I can grab those three and I can add them to my report. And now I've added my actions taken for that incident report. You notice next to incident report, you can indicate where it was aid given or not. So I can come in here, if there was aid given, I can check that mutual aid was given, and you'll notice that the mutual aid section popped up in my report. If I click that none was given, then the mutual aid section is not going to be there. If this was at a protected property, but it didn't show up the name of the protected property to the right, you can click on the search glass and it will actually give you the address and talk about where that property is. And what I always like to show people is that when it drops in a list of your protected properties, if there are protected properties there, they're not visible. It may be because the address was put in incorrectly from the CAD. They may have had a wrong address, and then they updated you in that process. Or they gave us the address of the property, but they didn't put in the address, was it Suite A, Suite B, Suite C, or Suite D? So if it was the address, it would show all of those properties with the suite unit by it. So now you can pick to where, hey, it's the same address, but it was actually these guys right here. I could click on that property and I can now connect that property to this NIFRS incident. So if it's a 100% match, we're going to drop the property in for you. If it's not 100% match, we're going to have you the opportunity to select the appropriate protected property for that NIFRS incident. Why do you want to do that? Pretty simple. By being able to do that, we tie your contacts that you collected during your pre-plan to the involvement section of the NIFRS report. We tie the information about the building, the number of floors, the square footage, all of that stuff that you connected in the pre-plan to the structure fire section of your NIFRS report, and we load it for you. So if we connect the building to the NIFRS report, any data that's collected in the pre-plan will be auto-populated in that NIFRS report for you, so you don't have to do what? Duplicate that effort and enter it a second time. So that's the value of connecting these properties together to that incident inside of our software. If this was not a location, I could click right here and it tells me there's no protected property. We'll go from there. You also have a price right here. If you know the property list, if there was one, you can put one. And this is a question that where we want to know was this response an emergency or a non-emergency response? Do you guys do lift assist? Okay, okay. So with lift assist, do y'all do that as an emergency or a non-emergency response? Depends on how it's toned out. Same thing with us. So, and this is kind of where we're at. And the reason why we asked this question about emergency or non-emergency response, we can run your analytics, especially for accreditation. We want to know the differences in performance to emergency related calls versus performance to non-emergency related calls. So we'll ask you this question when you're documenting your NIFRS report. It's not a NIFRS requirement, but if you're a department that's accredited and you're tracking your information for accreditation, your accreditation manager is in the back of the room. He'll tell you that there's a difference between an emergency and a non-emergency response in the world of accreditation. So we'll ask you non-emergency, yes or no, and I'll say no, it was not non-emergency. And then you roll down to the next section which talks about the address. So this is a good example. You'll notice how in this address it says Bella Cruz Drive and US 441. So evidently this happened at an intersection. Would y'all agree with that? Even though the CAD is telling me it's not an intersection, I can come right here to the location type and I provide you with the list of location types. And when I put this as being an intersection, I can come right here and I can remove the second part of that. Excuse me, let me take that and remove it out of there. Oh, quit that. I can come in here at this section and I can type in Bella. So there's Bella Cruz Drive. And then you'll notice because I put intersection, look what showed up down here, Crossing Street. I can come in and put Highway 441 into the system as well. This is a wrong street name. Your street databases need to be updated, by the way. I'll fix that later. And I'm now able to capture the actual location of that incident. If you're running mutual aid to somebody outside of your CAD, or you maybe don't have their streets inside of your database, you can change this to rural directions, and this becomes a free text box. So if you're running into a city and maybe you don't have their streets in your system, I can change this to rural directions. I can type in the street to where I'm at, and all I have to have in rural directions or selected is the city name. And that's the closest city to the location. And that will pass NIFRS validation. If you click street address and the street name is not in there, it has to be added to your system. So in some areas where we respond outside of our CAD area because we're doing mutual aid to another county, we'll just go to rural directions, we put the name of the closest city, and we type in the directions, the location of the call. Sometimes we'll use that because our calls may not be in an address. It may be out in the middle of the woods or out in the middle of a creek or something along those lines, and I want to designate where the call actually took place. That's what rural directions are designed to let you do inside of FireWorks. So I'll come back in here and I'll put street address and we'll go from there. You'll notice the next is your department is asking you to document a zone for this call. These are the zones that they have built in. You probably know what they mean better than I do. And this is where you can document the appropriate zone for that response. The section below it is where you can add your caller information. This is where you could add your property information. And if this was a protected property, the data that we captured from that pre-plan would drop in right here. If this was not a protected property, I could basically say this was not residential, and I could come right here and put this as a highway, and you'll notice there we go, highway or divided highway, and I've just updated that information that's required by NIFRS. Property use is a required field, unless you're canceling route. Then come to the bottom, you'll notice that here's a place to add the owners or contacts. And here's another feature that we do a little bit different in FireWorks. If you have that tablet and that tablet has a camera and you want to go add the information about the involved party, I can click on the driver's license camera, take the person's driver's license, focus the camera on the barcode of the driver's license and take that picture. When I do that, if I have this incident open and I have this involvement section open, that camera will read that barcode and fill out all the appropriate information for that person into my report. That feature is available on the NIFR side and on the EPCR side. The second way you can document a person is, let's say you don't have the report open, you can still take a picture of that barcode on your cell phone. When you get back to the station, take that picture and email or save it on your computer and then upload it by using the driver's license file. We will take that image, suck it up into our system, and put all your information out. So 2 ways you can use that driver's license file to capture that information. And then the third option is basically if the caller information up above, and when I say up above, we're talking about up here under the caller information here. We can come in here and we can hit this button and it would drop that information down. And then I can come in here and select that they're the owner of the property, it was a person, and I can do that as well. And then the fourth way is the old-fashioned way. We can type it all in. So there's basic 4 methodologies in order to capture information about the owner or persons involved on this incident, and you can add multiples. Our guys will run wrecks. They'll have 3 or 4 people involved in the wreck. They grab the iPad out of the truck and they just take picture, hit add, take picture, hit add, take picture, and away it goes. They just captured all the people on the call. No, because HIPAA, okay, so HIPAA is only securing medical information. I can't tell you how many, and I'll send you a document from a lawyer. HIPAA does not include name, address, or date of birth. HIPAA only includes medical care to a person. You're not documenting that they were injured here. All you're doing is you're capturing their name, their address, and their phone number, correct? Yeah, so that's not a HIPAA violation. If I put in here that they were injured and I did medical care and I listed my medical care, that would be a HIPAA concern. Yep, and we're not capturing past medical history. If you'll notice in this section, all we're capturing is this: their name, their address, their birth date, their involvement type, and then down here at the bottom, their address, any contacts, and we also allow insurance policies if you need to capture that. That's all we're capturing under our contact section. Nowhere about patient condition, chief complaint, medical history. None of that is being captured here. If this was a motor vehicle crash, what this was, you'll notice that we have a motor vehicle section to where you can document all of the vehicles involved. And if I'm documenting a vehicle and I want to add a passenger to that vehicle, they're going to bring it from the involved section. So if I want to put people inside of vehicles in my NIFRS report, they first have to be added as an involvement before I can place them into a vehicle and determine whether or not they were ejected, whether we did extrication to get them out of the car, and so forth. So I always like to point that out. So if it's a vehicle call crash and I want to put the person with the vehicle, they have to first be listed as a person involved in that incident report. Below that, we have custom fields, and your department requires that you answer where did you respond from. It requires that you answer what your turnout delays were. And then if there was a delay, you can describe what the delay was. And then if this was reported as a structure fire, yes or no. And that's where you'll answer those questions as you flow through that report. So we put those custom fields in the body of that report So you're not having to go look for it. It's in that natural top to bottom flow. As you scroll down to the rest of your report, you'll notice there's a place for COVID studies, which that ends December 31st, I just found out, so that'll go away in a couple of weeks. And then a place to where you can enter your incident narrative. We cap you at 3,000 characters on your incident narrative because that's all that NIFRS takes. So I don't know if you really want to write a 3,000 character narrative, but if you do, we allow you to do that as well. And then at that point, I can come in here and put, this is my narrative and whatever it is. And we do have, because the question came up earlier, do we have spell check? You'll notice if we see something that's maybe like not spelled correctly, you can actually click on it and we give you the appropriate spelling. But if you think you're smarter than the computer, you can add this to the dictionary. Okay? So if it is a word that is spelled correctly and the dictionary says it's not, which haven't had that happen yet, you can be brave and add it to your dictionary. Just know that that becomes a dictionary for the next person that uses it, and they may have the word spelled incorrectly as well. I'm from Louisiana. Go is spelled G-E-A-U-X. Everybody else spells it wrong. All of y'all spell it as G-O, and it's not that way. It's G-E-A-U-X because of the French nature behind the word go. So in Louisiana, you will see go spelled G-E-A-U-X, but we correct it to G-O to make everybody else happy because we're a friendly state. After you finish that documentation of your narrative, oh, let me go in there and change it. I'm sorry. I'll change it. I can move to my next section, which is the response mode. And as we moved from section to section to section, or from field to field to field, we're updating that data every time. What you're not seeing is we cache the data on the device, and then behind the scenes, we're pushing that to the cloud as you're filling out your report. So if at this point I catch a run and I've got to walk away, I can click on the house and it will save everything that I've done in that report, bring me back to the main list, and I can go run my call. And when I get back from that call, I can log back into the report and everything I've done has been saved in that process. So after we finish that, it's just a matter of finishing the report. The second part is this is all of your incident time and incident data. So you'll notice this is where we're documenting that incident summary. We're documenting the apparatus that responded on that call, and you'll notice I have an issue. I have one of my trucks that did not arrive on the scene. So if I had two trucks that arrived and one didn't arrive, all I have to do is click on that truck that didn't arrive, scroll down here to the bottom, and say, give that truck a 93. So now I've just showed that that truck responded and was canceling route, so it shows that that truck was canceled. If a truck did not arrive on the scene individually and your incident type is not canceling route for all your trucks, you need to indicate that that truck was actually canceled en route. And that actually documents that in the system, and it shows that as not being an error inside of the software. The other thing that commonly happens is, let's say you have a call and this engine responded on that call, but this call happened at shift change. And 3 of the guys are listed were the guys that were coming on duty that morning. Or let's say it's the end of shift change. And all 3 guys that are listed were the personnel that ran that were supposed to get off at 8 o'clock. This call came in at 7:30. Well, I got there early because I'm a real good person. I like to be there early. And I relieved one of those guys and I jumped on the truck and made that call. All I have to do as that company officer is drop down here and changed the name. And now I just updated that record and put the actual name of the person that made that call. Very simple to add that. Well, let's say Ryan, he actually bugged out for a couple of hours, but the roster didn't reflect that he was gone for a couple of hours during that shift, and he didn't make this call. I could simply click over here on the X, and I can remove him off of that truck. So even though the data is coming in from the CAD and is coming in from the roster, you as that company officer have the rights to make changes. Let's say that the CAD had a time wrong. You know your CAD's never wrong. And I'm looking at this Chiefs vehicle, and let's say that they had a time wrong on this Chiefs vehicle. I could click on the clock right here, and I can make a change to the time. So if I change the time and hit the check mark, it will actually update that time for me inside of that call. Let's say the CAD blew it and they didn't capture the arrival time of this truck down here, and it did arrive on scene. I could click on the clock, and when I click on the clock itself, I could put in what their arrival time was. So all of these modifications can be done while you're completing your NIFRS incident report. You're not reluctant to what came over from the CAD and you can't make changes. By all means, you can make changes inside of that process. Once I've documented the response, I can come over here to the authorization. Because I didn't have any hazmat and I didn't have any casualties, I could go to the authorization tab and I can document who was the member making report and who was the officer in charge. Here's something we do different in FireWorks. If you are the person that is the officer in charge of that call, and you are the person that is also documenting that response, when you go to authorization, all you need to do is check one box. Now, when I click save this report, it's going to automatically put my name in both fields, because it's registering me automatically as the member making report, because I'm filling out the report and I'm going to save it. If I also happen to be the officer in charge on that call, by just checking the box, it'll put my name in both fields automatically when I save the incident report. So the only time you have to physically enter a name is if that name is somebody other than you on that authorization section. Does that kind of make sense? So we'll document that. So I've gone through and done my report, and I kind of want to do a quality control check. I can click right here on details, and it tells me that there are some warnings that are there that didn't get filled out. A warning is basically okay. I can complete this incident report and save it, and it will save as a completed report. If I want to go back and answer these warnings, I should say, okay, well, wait a minute. If I had vehicles involved, it's saying over here in the vehicle involved section, I added a vehicle. Well, I didn't mean to add a vehicle. I clicked it by accident. All I have to do is click on the X to remove that vehicle off of the report. As soon as I do that, I can go back to my details, and now you'll notice that that item went away. Box is a required field. Let me click here and say, okay, well, I'm going to put this as a low category, John, you need to put right here under risk category, one for not applicable if you're going to make it required. Because you have, if there's a call on an intersection or on a highway, there is no risk category there for a highway. All your risk categories are for buildings for accreditation. Isn't that correct? Yeah. So you want to have a not applicable there. So I've answered that one. I'll go back and look now. It says box is a required field, but I answer it. I just have to update it. And now, oh, box. I didn't do box. I'm sorry. I was risk category. There's a box field. I can put what box it was in. Now I can come up here and hit details. You'll notice now latitude and longitude is required. Why do you not have latitude and longitude? Basically, on this call, when they enter the information of the call, they enter it as 2 streets, 2 intersections, and it's not going to have a point there. It's usually going to have an address with it. So it's a warning, so it's not going to stop me from saving that report. So I can say, okay, I fixed the things that I can fix. At this point, if I'm finished with this report, I would simply click the completed check mark right here. It will run validation, and it will not move this report from draft to completed, and I'm done with my NIFRS report. A couple of things to show you before that. If you had pictures of this motor vehicle crash involving the golf cart, if I had the incident report open on the scene, kind of the same thing I could do with the driver's license camera, I could click right here, take a picture with my camera, and it would basically allow me to upload that picture directly into the report. So I would open it, take my pictures, close the report out, and then I can finish the report when I got back to the station. But at least I could capture footage. If you run accidental kitchen fires, the old pot on the stove, and you want to get a picture of the stove with the actual burner knob turned on, grab it out of your rig, open that incident report, go in, take a couple of pictures, put the device back in the rig. Just a couple of features you can do to truly make it a paperless experience when documenting that process. So now that I've done that, I'll go in here and I'll document it, and I'll hit complete. And at that point, it'll actually show the report as a completed report. And to show you that process, there it is right there, is completed. And to show you, and I always like to show this, you'll now look at the authorization. You'll notice that my name has been entered in both fields automatically. So I don't have to enter a name if it's the same person doing that report in that process. Now, if I have capabilities of QCing an incident report, I now have this report open and it's in a locked view only mode. The reason why I know it's in a locked view only mode is that I can go to a field and you notice I can't make a change. I can review this report from top to bottom and see what has been entered into the system. And if I'm okay with what's been entered into the system by that company officer, I can basically click right here, and instead of completing the report, now that there is 2 check marks in the box, it's going to let me approve the report. When I approve the report, it's going to automatically drop my name in as the officer that QC'd this report and the date and time that I QC'd the report. If I have an issue with the report and it needs to be fixed, I can click right here to reopen the report. I can put a message in to say there is a code error. There's a reason why I'm reopening the report. And then let it reopen. And then I can come right here to the envelope. I can catch the name of the person that made the report. I can type in a message right here that says need to modify actions taken, or modify your narrative, or whatever you want to tell them to do. And I can basically hit send message. And at that time, that person will receive an email with your notification and a link to that incident report, which I just got. And it would tell me that I need to go fix that report. So from a QC perspective, you no longer have to get out of that and send an email or make a phone call. While you're QCing the report, you can, in a sense, review it, reopen it, and send the notification to that company officer that they need to go fix their report. And then if I was that company officer, I could basically at that point, when I do get it fixed, I can say, okay, it's now been completed, and I can send that person that sent me an email back saying, hey, report has been fixed. All from inside of our software without having to go out to another email program to send an email, or without having to pick up a phone to make a phone call. So all of that process is a part of our system. And when you say, okay, it's been done, I can send a message to him, and then he can go in and actually click on that to approve the report. And the report is now approved. Last thing to show you, if I come right here and I scroll down, everything we just did is tracked in the audit log, including the report being reopened. Notice right here, reason for reopening it, the email that was sent, the incident was now reopened and changed to completed, and so forth. That's kind of the data integrity part of our system, that we capture that whole process as far as documenting that data and documenting that incident. Yes. How to review them what? We just did that. We just went through the QC process. It will not show how long they logged in QCing the report. It'll show what time they viewed it. And then when they click approval, it'll date and timestamp the time they actually approved the report. Yeah. Any questions about documenting a NIFRS incident report? So the other thing we do in this process is this. Let's say you have a report in our system and all the trucks were canceled en route while responding to that call. Do y'all have calls to where everybody gets canceled? Or is one truck required to go on scene? Okay. Well, if you do have them, we have a feature to where if you came into the incident type and you put it as a 611, we will actually tell you that we will update all of your trucks and all of your people as cancel en route without you having to go touch those fields. So if you do have an attendance to where the incident type is going to be a 611, you notice that we automatically dropped in cancel en route here, but then we also ask you, would you like us to update all apparatus and all personnel actions to be cancel en route? And if you click OK, we'll also do it throughout the report for you. So you won't even have to go to the response screen to complete that incident report. Yes, you can do that and go back and correct one, always. You know, but commonly we won't use the incident, because remember, in NIFRS, an incident type means that every truck got canceled. There is no arrival time. Okay, so that's what triggers that. I know what you're saying. Wait, what if I got one truck that arrived on scene and 5 trucks that got canceled? Yeah, you could change it to an incident type of a 611, let it flush that out for all the trucks that are there, and then go back to that one truck and change it to something else. Because if you do that and you don't change the incident type, it's going to give you an error that you have a cancel en route incident type, but you have an arrival time. And you can't have that because that doesn't work. So yes, that could be a shortcut. If you have 5 or 6 trucks that were canceled and 1 truck that went on scene, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd drop a 611 in, let it fill it out, and then I go back and change my incident type and update what I need to change. But remember, your actions taken here cannot be cancel en route. You'll have to change the actions taken on the incident as well, because one arrived on scene. Good question, good idea. It's a good process. So let's talk about the last thing before I let y'all go. Y'all been pretty good this afternoon. You hadn't slept too much, which I appreciate. If we have a mutual aid call, if y'all have a call to where the trucks and apparatus from outside of the department show up on that call, you can actually go into that response, and I'm going to put this as, I'll just throw this as a canceling route. So let me come here and make this as a mutual aid call. What we have done for your department is, since the trucks that respond on mutual aid are going to show up in this list of apparatus, and we have a pre-configured set of a number of people that are on those trucks, you do not have to go add people to those trucks inside of our NIFRS reports. Actually, all you'll have to do is, if mutual aid trucks are listed, is go right here to the mutual aid tab and click on Calculate by Response. We will go count those trucks, tie those trucks to the department they came from, and count the people and pre-populate all of that data for you. So I don't know how often you run mutual aid calls or how often you had aid calls in your department, but if you run aid calls either given or received, and the apparatus show up in this list, when you get over here to the mutual aid section, all you have to do is hit Calculate by Response, and you just documented your aid given or received. Okay? So I always tell company officers, when you're documenting that, look on your response tab to see if any of those apparatus are actually showing up there. If they're not showing up, then you have to do it the other way, which is the old-fashioned way. You would actually click here, click Add Agency, find out what the agency was that you got the aid from, and then scroll down and put in the number of apparatus and the number of personnel. I prefer the first method, and I'd much rather have their trucks get listed so I can hit Response, Calculate by Response, and I can walk away. So that's how we document NIFRS reports inside of FireWorks. Any questions? I hope I gave you all a pretty good overview. I will tell you, in being perfectly honest, is that as you start using the software, don't waste time and try to beat your head against the wall to figure out what you're supposed to do. Go to the knowledge base. I prefer to go to the knowledge base first, because there's videos in there and there's step-by-step with screenshots. You know, firefighter, we love screenshots. And there's step-by-steps with verbiage and screenshots to help you complete that incident should you have an issue. You know, so then if you don't understand it, then contact John and he'll explain it to you and go from that perspective. Okay. Any last questions about the operations of FireWorks? If you haven't done your self-password reset with your phone number and carrier, please go do that, because you will forget your password. Even though you say, no, I never will. Oh, yeah. Because you have to change so many other freaking passwords in your daily life that you're going to forget that that one never changes. And you'll run through your head. I mean, I got a piece of paper that I have so many passwords in it that I even get lost trying to figure that out. Other than that, y'all have a great rest of your shift.
Before you go, this is